All right, we are live. So today we're going to populate our map in Foundry. Probably about an hour and 10 minutes from now, I'm going to have to leave, drop my daughter off. We may be done populating. If we are, I'll shut the stream down and we'll get back to playing Horizon Zero Dawn. But it is totally dependent on how far along we are. So we'll see how that all goes. I was going to get on a little bit earlier, but I had to go in and set up my hotkey for my Stream Deck for this particular screen. All right, so we're good. So let's go live. I'm going to pull up our D&D stuff over here so I can see it, and we'll start populating. All right, so I pulled in these yesterday after we got done streaming, and as you can see, here's the top map. I'm not going to flip back and forth because the server's been a little bit gimpy this morning. Um, let's see if it works. Yeah, we've had to do this a lot this morning. I was in double checking, making sure things work, but it's been really freaking gimpy. All right, and here's the bottom. Like I was saying, we're going to have to, on these two separate maps, create points in here where the characters can. I'll probably do it relatively small, like across here where they walk in and they'll pop up to the other map. I may do a lot of times what I'll end up doing, and I like to do it so that they all go through at the same time and they're not just, you don't have one player running around off map on another map. I'll set it up so they step in there and I trigger it. In fact, that's how I'm going to do it. And then they'll all automatically flip over to the new map. So let's see if this top map loads or if I have to do the same thing we just did. All right, it loaded. Good deal. And the other thing I did, I went ahead and pulled in the notes. And if you're familiar with Foundry, you can set it up so that it does that. Then if you really want to see it on D&D Beyond, you can. But this pulls up active stat blocks for you. And using the importer that I use, so here's level 13. I'm going to show you, like, level 12 was kind of messed up. When we look down here, exploring this level, see how it looks like entries from D&D Beyond, and you don't want that. And I think when I actually imported this, this was not complete. So through the importer that I use. But this one, if it comes up like this, you can just drag and drop and throw your notations in each of the rooms. And then from there, you can go in and simply, during the game, double click on it, read a description to your players. And then it breaks it down A, B, C. Each area in area 2 has different stuff in there, so it does make things a lot easier. Now we know here, in fact, let me open up D&D Beyond over here. And I'm going to pull that down real quick. So we need to pull in on this tunnel and trench, and we're gonna make it invisible because it only shows up like once an hour, and that's the boar worm. And we're not talking about the boar worm from Flash Gordon. This is a 100-foot long construct that if you're in the hole in this trench that's 20 feet deep, you're going to be unlucky enough to get a lot of damage from this thing. So I'm pretty sure I imported the boar worm over here. So let's take a look at our NPCs. D&D Beyond integration. It's a construct. There's the boar worm. So we're going to drop the boar worm in here. That thing's 100 feet long. Oh, you know what else I didn't do? So let's get rid of the boar worm. It's way too big right now. So this is where it's a little bit problematic. When I bring this in, we still have the 10 by 10 squares. I need to fix the grid. So we're gonna zoom in on a 10 by 10 square as far as we can. All right, that's as far as we can. And this is what we're gonna do. So you do that. You try to start as close as you can to the point. I think we're a little bit off. Do 50. And did it work? It did work. Now, this is the other thing that happens, or can happen. Because you're converting a 10 by 10 to that. Let's see. Where are my walls? See, the walls all freaking flipped over. So now we've got to go back into here. And we need to bump these things over this way. So let's see if that does it. I want to make sure we're going in the right direction. We're not. See how I kicked it that way? We want it to go the opposite way. So we want it to go... And I think it went the wrong way again. Let's see how far off it went. Yeah, it's way off. So I think now we're back to where we were, where it's just slightly screwed. Let me see. So we want to go this way. Well, we finished the map. Now we're populating. We're going to throw our stuff in there. How's it going, Tiny? Negative 27. We need this thing to go to negative 50. And you got to do it a little bit at a time. At least that's what I've found. And it's really annoying as shit. There we go. That should be it. So let's check the walls. Are they perfect? Well, they're as perfect as they should be. So, like I've said before, this is kind of a little bit of a pain in the ass when you're working on this. And the other thing we're going to have to do, which is going to take us some time, so I don't think we're going to be done this morning as quickly as I was hoping, but we're going to have to create terrain walls where you can see down but you can't see up. And I think that might be the first thing we do is start working these terrain walls. All right. So, terrain. And it would be really, I admit, it would be really nice if we could just get these terrain walls to work off the bat. All right. So now we're going to have to carefully select. All right, so we've got them all selected. Now we need to, come on. So there won't be movement restrictions, but the site restriction, I have to do this to see if that works. And then we need to drop a character on here to double check. All right, so you can kind of see her line of sight goes like that. We're going to leave her there. We're going to make an adjustment to those walls. So there's not a real movement restriction. So we can do this and provide half cover. They're shooting up, but there's nobody up there, so we're not going to worry about it. We'll do that. That's going to be important on the next thing. So let's do this. And we're going to test that we did our wall right. This is a character that always carries a light source. And he should not be able to see her. Been a while since we set up these terrain walls, so we're going to have to work on this. So she can see down into the hole. He can't see up, and that's what we want. So now we have it. We're perfect. Let's reset our light to bright. We'll fix this later. All right, so now let's double check one of these terrain walls. So the wall direction is left. I think this one, the wall direction will be right. So for these, it'll all be left. Thing is really being gimpy today. Sight restriction is normal. Wall direction is left. Sound restrictions. Say none, it's a cave. Movement restrictions. I'll leave it at normal, and I'll move them up if they wish to climb out. What did we do here that made it color differently? We're going to have to look. Now, see, we need the light restriction because they're not supposed to see up there. That's the problem. We're doing that to make sure that this is working properly, which right now it is. I really wish there was a way to set this so that if you have a type of wall set up, you didn't have to come in and constantly go in, select, and make changes to these walls like we have to go in and do. And like I said, this is going to be a little bit arduous here because server's being bitchy this morning. Yeah, how that's kind of stuttering as we try to move it. That's the server misbehaving. See if turning off game pause takes care of it. That's not taking care of it. Fuck you. Movement restriction normal, light restriction. Thing is being ornery. We wouldn't have these problems if we were running on a local server. Restrictions normal. Update wall. Let's double check. All right, so what we're looking for is he cannot see that character up there. We put the movement restrictions because this is a difficult climb for them to move up. They're going to have to roll to climb. And if they want to play this level, they've got to climb out. So far, everything's looking good. Now, if they're up here, everything's fine. They can look down and see down there. They really shouldn't be able to, but that's how I opt to do these, so they can see down into the pit. The pit can't see up and out what's on the floor. It's just a GM decision that I make when I'm setting my map up. So, all right, it's looking good. What the fuck is going on here now? And then to get the rest of this selected out, we'll just hold down Shift. Click each endpoint going through. Make sure they all look highlighted. And let's take care of it. Normal, light restriction, none. Sight, normal. Wall direction, left. Even though it's now right, it doesn't matter. No sound restriction. His door, no. Update, done. And the only reason that you're able to see up there at that point is because... There we go. Perfect. One annoying wall done. So now we need to do the same thing here with this little run down there. I believe this one's going to end up going from the right. So we're going to start outside the wall this time, like that. And we're only going to do, tell you what, we're just going to do a couple of them here. See if that did it. Yeah, so that arrow going like that, that tells you that's where the sight ends. They can't see in that direction. And, you know, these people down here, 20, 30-foot deep pit, I think it's 30. They can't see somebody standing back here. They shouldn't be able to. So, you know, that works perfectly. As I said, this stuff is acting weird today. Then we're going to have to put some little terrain walls around that pile of mess there. Hopefully it'll work and go inside the way we need it to. Because this thing does tend to try to snap to specific grid points, even though it shouldn't. All right, so for this terrain wall, we need to set this so it actually works as half cover and blocking terrain. So we're going to do this. Yep. Let's undo that. Probably won't be able to grab as much as I would like. All right, so movement restrictions. We're going to say none because it is half cover. But let's say somebody wants to go through it, it's going to be at half speed. They're going to have movement restrictions. The movement restrictions on this is just you can't move through it. You can because you can climb over that. Light restrictions, none. Sight restrictions, none. Sound restrictions, none. Wall direction, both. Is door, provides cover, +2. So the issue this will create, I mean, somebody over here will be able to see them over here. So if they're ducked down behind it, you'll need to, I mean, you'll technically need to come in and do this to the character. You'll need to do that so they can't be seen if they're ducked down. And that way they won't be able to target something that they can't see. Because let's face it, it provides half cover while they're standing up, if they remain standing. If they're behind it all the way down and you can't see it, it becomes full cover. And there's nothing that negates full cover. So you've got to be creative when you are setting these things up, thinking about the possibilities, you know, because some characters are going to have feats that ignore half cover. You've just got to tell them if they duck down, it becomes full cover, they're shit out of luck. And if they want to argue, then you kill their character. I mean, I mean, let's be honest, that is my response to anybody that argues with me as a DM. If they keep arguing, I'm killing their character. Movement restrictions, none. Light restrictions, none. Sight restrictions. And again, we've got to put it this way. You know, just for sanity's sake. So let's do this. In fact, let's do this. 7 hobgoblins are here. So there should be a hobgoblin captain. Goblinoid. One. And here's going to be some of the issue. I took you hostage and forced you here. And let's just drop a goblin down there. So we have the walls. In fact, where did I put that player character? Really? Well, that's a good thing. Let's see, they can't see there. Now, I think the issue we're going to have here is they're not going to be able to see across from here to here. So, fuck. This zone is so fucked. It's really pissing me off. I think I'm going to have to rethink my terrain walls. Well, see, that's a good thing. They sent you here because you're following me, and that's what they're supposed to do. I think we are going to have to do this. We're going to have to fuck with our walls because... Fuck. So this is where, on a map like this, I really need to build these maps as multi-level maps. The trench should have been a single level. Then this part should have been the next one. And then what would happen would be you could set it up so they can't see down here, but they could see across on the same level. And that's going to create problems. So I'm going to have to rethink how I do this. I may just need to create this as a... as a terrain wall with... I can't even do blocking light because if somebody's standing over here with a light source that's bright enough, it should light over here. This is not making Dad a happy dad. Movement restrictions, light restrictions, sight restrictions. Let's see what limited does. I'm going to kill Fog of War and see what that does. So has your stalker left you alone? Oh, I saw the TikTok. So the light's working right there. Let's do this. So anything sitting up here, I'm going to have to turn invisible. What is your lover from YouTube? Tell you what, I'm not pleased with these walls, but I need to keep it so they can't climb up without me making them roll. We'll see if this works. Movement, light, sight, update. Normal. All right. Like I said, I'm not going to be pleased with how these walls have to be done. There's not a lot of choice that I have. Because let's face it, I've refused to start messing with multiple level maps. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Fortunately, I'm not worried about TikTok. The only reason I have the app is there are a few people I know that use it, so I'll look at it once in a while, but I have no desire to TikTok. Come on, you bastard. It's a good question. I mean, I saw your video on Insta. Let's see. Why isn't that sitting in my socials? I don't know. What is your... I don't... No. What's your TikTok? Is that under Ash? Okay. There you go. All right. So because these are fucking goofy. So normal movement. Light restrictions, none. Limited. We're going to try that. I should have double checked before I committed to this, but... Yeah, they'll still have some visibility up there, especially people with 120-foot vision, which is a little annoying. But since it's absolute darkness, it won't matter. Yeah, I mean, I haven't even posted a video on there. Hold on a second. All right. So I don't have to take her till noon to school. That's a good thing. All right, so that's that set of walls corrected. Get them all the way around? I think we did. All right, let's start another set. I think this one's... We'll start here and we'll do this from the right. No, it's quarter till 11 here. I was thinking I'd have to leave. School's 4-minute drive from here. So that would be why. You know. I go ahead and take her. We are going to have to start redoing these maps so that they are multiple level maps. And that might be another project down the road, is to redo this entire set of maps again so they're multi-level. Come on. See that? Look, it's not letting me move the map right now. There's some fucked up shit going on in this program today. So you can clip stuff, but the issue is the clips don't necessarily work properly. You know, when you could clip on Twitch, it would save those clips. Um, Here, all it does is creates a link that you can link somebody to come in, but it's not something that I can... Come on. There we go. It's not something that I can go in and just create shorts or clips from. So it's semi-useless. I know they were saying first quarter they were going to set it up so you can clip and then save individual clips to your channel as shorts, but that's not a thing yet. You know, the promise was first quarter we'd have clips that you could save and gifted subs. We don't have either of those yet, and that's... I don't know. I don't think that's going to trigger a massive exodus from Twitch to YouTube, but we'll see. Well, that didn't work. There we go. I'm going to delete him. I really wish, you know, there should be something here you can click and set that. Do you have COVID? Have you tested positive for it? Well, that sucks. I mean, anybody watches me knows I don't get my panties in a bunch because somebody doesn't stop in view. That's kind of like being a total asshole. Now you've vaxxed at least, so your risk of hospitalization is low. Yeah, I mean, I made sure I got vaxxed and then boosted once I was eligible. Because I'm not an idiot. I'm guessing this will be from the right this time. God damn it. At least that's an easy fix. That's bad enough, you know what I mean? But definitely better than being hospitalized. We had our COVID scare last week. Some moron at my wife's company traveled down here, and everybody had to go in for the first time in 2 years. And of course, they were positive with COVID when they came and knew it. So, yeah, that was good. Well, that's just somebody who has like zero education level expressing an opinion about something they know nothing about. And I mean, the idea with the vaccine, if everybody was vaccinated, it would have taken care of itself. And all vaccines work that way. But also with this vaccine, the thing is it limits the severity of the infection unless you have underlying conditions. I mean, if you already have underlying respiratory conditions and then you get this, it exacerbates that. And that's why people with underlying conditions get much more severe results from catching it. But, Stupid people can't understand that, which, you know, ignorance is no excuse. And you got to remember, this is also a much different vaccine than like polio and things like that. If you get 4 shots of polio vaccination, you will never get polio. It's 100% effective. I think if you get 3 shots, you're at like 99%. The fourth one gets you to 100. That's why people don't get polio. I mean, I grew up seeing people that had polio with the braces and shit like that because they were so fucked up. And there's a reason I absolutely despise anti-vaxxers because they're fucking stupid. You know how I look at it? These assholes who sit here and say they can't breathe wearing a mask in a climate controlled Walmart and stuff like that, they're full of shit. If I could wear mop gear in the desert and survive, you can wear a cloth mask or an N95 mask and survive. You're a fucking idiot and a liar if you say you can't wear a mask. Or the idiots, oh, you're a coward for wearing a mask. Really? Tell me that when I was in my mop gear in fucking Kuwait, you piece of shit. But it's something I do take extremely personally and annoys the fuck out of me. I mean, you wear it because it gives you a modicum of protection. It does. It's better than walking around without one. And then, depending on the mask, you get different levels of protection. So, you're doing it to protect yourself. You're doing it if you are sick and don't know it to keep yourself from spreading it. And it works. But these idiots that fucking say they've done their own research, in some echo chamber on the internet or on Facebook. That's their extensive research. Or they listen to some fucking piece of shit moron like RFK Jr. or Mercola, who should have his license stripped from him to practice medicine because of the shit that he spreads. You know, that's not fucking research. That's just you being an idiot. And you doing extensive research online is not the same as an expert who has a PhD or an MD and specializes in immunology or virology. You are still absolutely void of knowledge compared to those people. And I'll tell people that, and they get bent out of shape, and I don't give a fuck. Yeah, well, Joe Rogan knows nothing. He's a fucking idiot, too. And then the people that he comes on and claims who are experts, I mean, yeah, they're really not experts in the field. They're just fucking pieces of shit who are trying to spout the same shit. It's like the voodoo doctor. Remember that black chick who was, she went to medical school in Africa or something, and she was from over there, and she's making all this stupid claims about COVID and the vaccine and all this stuff. She's not qualified because she doesn't know shit. Being an MD, just being an MD does not make you a qualified expert in the field. You know, there was that doctor, what was it, in Indiana or someplace like that, talking about people becoming magnetized from wearing the fucking from the vaccinations, and that there were metal pieces in it. That was all bullshit, and she's just fucking crazy. So, an MD behind your name does not qualify you to automatically be an expert in the field. Yeah, well, she got arrested for that. As well, she should. Well, you know, stop using computers in your phone if you're worried about trackers. Oh, come on. You know what? These fuckers, if they want to track me, go for it. You know, unless you have something to hide, what are you worried about? Man, this has taken us how long to get these fucking walls to function right? An hour and 20 minutes? And we got to do this shit on the fucking bottom map too. I guess let's pull that up. I mean, let's be honest here. I say what I think on fucking social media and on places like this, so I'm not hiding anything. I'm certainly not afraid. You know, the people that worry about that kind of shit, you don't worry about it unless you're trying to hide something. Well, you know what makes me laugh? The people that bitch about having to register guns. I mean, if they really were criminals, they would know where to buy guns that are unregistered and wouldn't be traceable. But these are just dirtbags that are probably hoping they can do something, but they're worried that their gun registered weapon, you know, would track them. They'd be able to trace. Oh, well, this asshole who's made threats to people just bought a gun, and the person they threatened is now dead. So, oh, they must have done it. To make sure that I'm not showing any segments that don't have that on it. Like I said, I'm not really pleased with this. You know, the fact that vision's not cut down in both directions. I'm gonna have to do multi-level maps eventually. All right, let's build this stupid fucking trench in the bottom. I don't think it's as big or extensive. In fact, a good piece of it is enclosed in walls, so we don't have to do a lot of trench building. We have some little segments we have to do. Let's do this. And my issue with people like that, you know, the ones that bitch about that, or You know how I feel about people who live in the suburbs bitching that they need a gun to protect themselves against the mobs of God knows what they think is going to come out into the suburbs and toilet paper their house. Because let's face it, they don't really suffer from crime. But it's artificial courage. I mean that's the best way to put it. It is they're buying artificial courage. Come on. No, they don't. If you live in the city, you don't need an AR. You don't need most of the things that people bitch that they need. And even if you have an AR and shit breaks out, trust me, most people are going to shit their fucking pants. If they actually hear gunfire, they're not going to stand up and be Rambo and save anybody. So movement restriction, normal, light restriction, none, sight restriction, limited. Sound restrictions, none, right. That should update and change the color. There we go. Normal, none, limited, none, right, update. There we go. I mean, I've said it before. I own firearms, but my dick is not so small that I need to carry one shopping at the grocery store. I think this one we did right last time, so this should be left, right? Fuck. I I just, I think most people just don't need a gun. When I've gone to the range, I've seen so many fucking people that can't hit a motherfucking paper target at 9 feet. Those motherfuckers shouldn't own a gun. They're a danger to everybody they're around if they start opening fire. There are far too many people that are far too fucking stupid to own a gun. Come on. Do you see how this thing is like refusing to select what I need selected? It is driving me crazy. It's driving me nuts. That one worked. All right. Thank you. Then I need just a couple of tiny walls. That one's done. And it won't let me move. This thing is so gimpy today. I mean, I couldn't even count on my hands and toes together the number of times I've gone to a range and some stupid motherfuckers fan in the range with a loaded weapon, get a jam, they're fanning the range, can't hit a target. These are just people who should not own fucking firearms. They're not capable. They are a danger to everyone around them because they are too stupid. All right, so the last three walls were left that we picked, right? No light restrictions, limited sight restriction, no sound restrictions, wall direction, left, done. Yes. Oh, shit. So when I put these in, no, trust me, you don't want to be getting into a gunfight. So look, these things didn't even translate into proper... I did it... So when we built this map, I did some of this stuff so that things like this would... I need these as terrain. So that turned it into terrain walls. I mean, you just have too many people that glorify that kind of shit, and they've obviously never been under fire because they're fucking assholes. And they think that's cool. I think the only thing I need to do with these is limited. Let's verify that. Let's let's do this. Come on. So we just need to convert all these to limited, and that makes them terrain walls. I think. Well, it does, but I think that's going to cause problems over there again. Come on. Yeah, because they're idiots. Like I said, it creates artificial courage. People who are otherwise cowards, it gives them courage. Like those fucking pieces of shit who went running after that black guy and executed him for being being guilty of being black and jogging in their neighborhood. So for these, we just need to set normal terrain walls. I guess we'll go ahead and start doing that. Or not. No, remember there were those three guys. They all were found guilty. Um, and then federal prosecutor agreed to a plea bargain on the racial hate crime thing, and the federal judge said, "Nah, fuck that. They're going to trial and they're going to jail even longer if they ever get out of, you know, the prison they're going to already." And the thing is, they're fucking pieces of shit out there who think that these douchebag motherfuckers were somehow justified in executing that guy, chasing him down and shooting him, for being black and jogging in their neighborhood that he happened to live in. Exactly. He was black. And they're like, "Well, we've had some robberies in the neighborhood. He must be the robber." And the dumbasses even videotaped it. So it wasn't even like that a leg to stand on in court. Bunch of fat, redneck white dudes who, like I've said before, they didn't have a gun, that artificial courage that they carried with them. They wouldn't have done that. Here's the thing, you live in a neighborhood, you don't have to prove a goddamn thing, and those people aren't cops. You can jog wherever the fuck you want. You shouldn't have to worry that some piece of shit redneck white trash fucks are going to chase you down and kill you. Sidewalks, streets, they are public. You can walk and go wherever you want, and as long as you're not committing a crime, nobody has a right to fucking question you. The police can ask you, but some fucking, I'm going to say it, some fucking cunt living in the neighborhood, they got no right to say a goddamn thing. We have this shit all the time where I live, where it used to be the Amazon drivers would use their own vehicle, right? And there was a driver came around who's a nice guy. And black guy, it would be cold, he'd wear a hoodie because it was cold. So you would see these posts automatically going up, panicking from these fucking white pieces of trash that I live around. Who's this black person in a hoodie driving around and going up to people's doors? And somebody put up a video and say, "It's the Amazon guy delivering your packages, you stupid fuck." I mean, it is beyond comprehension how ignorant people are. No, the only time you can kill the thief, and it depends on the state you live in, is if they break into your house while you're home and you shoot them. Because a lot of states have castle doctrine, and you can shoot an intruder in your house. But a dude walking down the street? No, you can't do that. Come on. Oh yeah, I know. But they're morons who can't comprehend that distinction. Like I said, like where I live, there are people who look at you're guilty because you're black and we don't recognize you in this neighborhood. So they have a panic attack. Somebody call the police. You're going to call the police on somebody where cops shoot black people. You're going to be the one responsible for some innocent dude walking through your neighborhood or jogging who maybe you don't know. Maybe they live 2 streets over and you don't know this person. You're going to fucking flip out and get that person killed? It's insane. There was a next door post some fucking piece of shit put up. Looked like somebody who was like a 10-year-old kid came and, yes, they're being raised poorly, but they put up the 10-year-old kid came and stole their kid's scooter. And they're like, if I was home with my gun, I would have shot him. That's a motherfucker who shouldn't own a gun. You don't shoot a 10-year-old kid because they're stealing a $30 scooter off your fucking front porch. Yes, theft is bad. The kid's probably being raised poorly, or who knows? Maybe they've got good parents and the kid's just an asshole. That happens too. But you don't shoot a kid for stealing a scooter. I mean, I've talked about it. My mom was a serious, heavy duty racist. My dad was just the opposite. And, because my mom was such a flaming asshole, it was guaranteed that I was not going to grow up to be anything like her. So it is a learned behavior, but, there are plenty of people that grow up around that shit that also grow up to be like, yeah, I don't want to be like that person. They're not good. Oh, it was a little white 10-year-old kid. And they were going to shoot him for stealing the fucking scooter. I mean, this is just some sociopath. Or, let's face it, it's just some douchebag trying to be a poser, acting like they're tough, not realizing, saying you're going to shoot a 10-year-old kid for stealing a scooter, that you're just demonstrating to everyone around you what a waste of flesh you truly are. Yeah, exactly. Come on. This means when we play our game tonight, server lag is going to be off the charts. And I do use an online server that I pay for because it does make life easier hosting this, but there are times where if their servers are having issues, um, like today, where it becomes a little bit of a pain in the ass. Yeah, that's pretty much what they're saying. They're looking for an excuse to shoot somebody. And it doesn't matter if it's a little kid or anything else. It was funny because, the vast majority of people when they put that shit up, they're like, you're a psychopath. You don't shoot a kid over a scooter, and then they start trying to justify, well, they're on my property. I got to defend my property, and I was one of them that put down, well, enjoy prison. Better buy an unlimited supply of soap on the rope. Yeah, exactly. If you have the video of the theft and you know who it is, turn the video over. The police will go talk to him. Parents will probably beat the kid's ass and send the scooter back to your house. And knowing how people and other people's children are, let's be blunt. Your kids shouldn't be leaving shit out on the front porch like that. Bring it in because it's just tempting a little asshole or somebody else to do things. So, yes, you should be able to keep shit on your front porch, but be responsible. Even back when I was growing up, you put your fucking bike in the garage when you were done. You didn't throw it on the front lawn and always expect it to be there. This is the exciting part of setting up a map. Yeah. Well, it was funny because people that brought that up, tell your kid to bring their stuff in, don't leave it outside because shit can happen. They're like, you're victim blaming. No, we're calling you out for being an idiot. That's not victim blaming. Teach your kids some semblance of personal responsibility and their shit won't get stolen. Yeah, exactly. My personal opinion, if you don't raise your kids to be responsible for their stuff, to be careful when you go out, be have your head on a swivel. There's so many instances of like around here. I mean, we live in an area that is, I've said before, really relatively safe. Not much happens. But you still have those instances where some woman will go to a mall or a shopping area, park in the garage, and they're never seen from again because somebody kidnaps them and does something horrible. And you've got to teach your kids to have their head on a swivel, be cautious, You see something suspicious, you don't park there, get out of your car, you fucking leave. You don't leave shit laying out. You don't get up when you go someplace and leave something laying on the table that you don't want stolen because it will grow legs and walk away. So you've got to raise your kids to be responsible for their own safety and their own shit because people will do things to you. I mean, I always used to get in arguments with fucking homeschooling moms because they're all idiots. And because I was told them I teach my kids not to trust anybody. I think we're done with the walls. Oh, you can't be like that. People are good. It's like, yeah, that's why people get murdered and kidnapped and shot and stuff all the time. You have to assume everybody's an asshole, and you have to assume that things are going to be bad. I mean, I did it with both of my kids. My daughter ended up going to high school. She went to high school when she was a freshman. So I homeschooled her up till then. Just depends. I mean, the biggest problem with homeschooling is parents that shouldn't be teaching their kids because they don't know shit. Um, when you sit there and talk to parents and they'd be like, "We did math today. We baked cookies," and I'm like, "That's not math." Once you've learned what a teaspoon, tablespoon is, and you can count to what 3 tablespoons of something, so your kids can count to three. I mean, these are kids that once they got to where they would try to get into community college and stuff, they would go and there's basic testing. They would fail all that and have to take all remedial math, reading classes, stuff like that, because they weren't prepared. My son, he's going for a PhD after he was homeschooled. He had no problem in college. I was a hard ass on them and I made them work. They'd be like, oh, we maybe work 4 hours a week total. My kids worked 5, 6, 7 hours a day because I was a hard ass and I wanted them to be able to perform once they got to college and not fail in life. And most of these people that homeschool, they do it because they don't want the public school agenda. They don't want their kids to question their parents' belief, or they don't want their kids to grow up and be able to think freely for themselves. That's why they do it. It's not because they can give their kids a better education, or because they have valid reasons. I pulled my son out of school because he was getting in trouble all the time. Parents would come up to me and say, I volunteer, your son doesn't do anything, and they send him to the office. And it got to the point where I had to stop that. When I had 5 teachers making my pregnant wife cry over shit that my son didn't do, but they wouldn't sit there and admit that they were full of shit, it was time to pull them out of school. And then my daughter, we homeschooled her, and it's worked out okay for both of them. But I also made sure that my kids did activities, not going to. The issue with homeschool groups, most of them, they're all like extreme, crazy, right wing religious groups. And we're talking all anti vaxxers, all young earth creationists, all people with crazy fucking beliefs. So I couldn't go to those homeschool groups. And you knew which ones they were because they would have a statement of faith for you to be able to join. I won't participate in anything where any assholes, you have to sign a statement of faith that you believe. That's bullshit. Um, but we did find a couple of groups where, honestly, most of those were non religious. The one had a bunch of pagans, atheists, and stuff like that in it. So we fit in fine. And there were never stupid arguments over religion or belief systems. Um, but the vast majority of people I come run into that homeschool their kids, they shouldn't be. I mean, they didn't get an education themselves. They're certainly not qualified to teach their kids on their own. All right, so we've got all our terrain walls built in. And we're going to drop her down here just to verify that all of our lines of sight are broken the way they should be. And that's what you want. You want to know that that's a tree there, but you can't see through. So, I mean, if you're standing here and there's a creature there, you shouldn't be able to see it. So that's why I take the time to put line of sight in, because there are going to be times when you come into a zone, like if there are massive stones and there are things hiding behind them, they need to be able to be hidden without you turning them invisible. So I always do line of sight. And it also answers the question when players are like, there's something back here. They're like, can I shoot at it? Line of sight's taken into account on the thing. No, you can't. Okay, we haven't fucked this one up yet. We have to do what we did earlier. We haven't put anything in where we're screwed up. These are 10 by 10 squares. We've got to turn it into our 50s, into our 5 by 5s. So let's see. Now we're going to look at the walls, and they're probably going to be kicked to the right. Yep. All right, so I'm going to try right here. Let's see if this kicks it to the left. -7. There we go. And we'll take it here. Let's try to get it there. -29. Need to get... And if you don't do it, this is what's really stupid. If you don't do it in these little increments, it never fucking works. One off, really? This should be 50 right here. There we go. Yeah, I can hear her out there getting ready. All right, let's look at the walls, make sure we kicked them in the right direction. Bam, done. And usually I would go in and worry about stuff like this. I'm not going to worry about them. The walls are close enough for government work. So now when we bring our PC in, so now it gives us the correct, because we're not this giant figure anymore, correct line of sight. And these line of sight lines come into play. Let's say a creature's right here and you can see part of it. The system itself will calculate how much is open, and it'll either do like half cover, 3/4 cover, and automatically calculate that. Beautiful. All right. That is set up. Now we're going to go back to the top. And I think we're going to start looking at this. We started doing 2B. Did I drop that worm in here? I did not. Oh, that's right. I didn't, because this is what's annoying. This thing is, let's look at the description. The boar worm, 100-foot long, 15-foot diameter drilling machine. So let's bring the boar worm in. Not the boar worms. Every time I see the boar worm, I think of that old Flash Gordon. Not the boar worms. So the boreworm... Yes, it is. So here, let's look at the weather now. I've been keeping an eye out. It's gonna be fucked. I made sure I had stuff bought so I have food through the weekend. And let's see. It started today at 54. It's now 39 degrees. It's dropped that much. Um, at noon, it's supposed to start raining. It'll still be above freezing. Then it'll be at freezing at 9 o'clock. And moving forward, we have a 100% chance, while it drops down to like 19 degrees overnight. So it's going to be icing up overnight. And then at 7 a.m., they're calling for snow all the way through the afternoon. So we're going to have like a half to a quarter inch of rain, between a quarter and a half an inch of rain, forming ice overnight. You know, just be miserable. And on top of that, we're going to have a couple inches of snow. So nobody's going anywhere fucking tomorrow. And the thing is, here's the thing. You know, if you're from the Northeast like I am, you're used to roads being cleared because they use salt. But all of our roads down here are concrete, and if you use salt on concrete, it just pops. You know, it creates massive potholes, it explodes. That's why they use macadam in the Northeast. You know, it protects the concrete underlayer, and they put 6 inches of macadam. You know, macadam, they can just go over and patch it up easy, and it's not a big deal. They can't use macadam down here because it's so goddamn hot. So they throw sand on top of ice, and you don't see the ice and slide. So I refuse to go out when it's like that. Yeah, it's going to be bad. Now, I'll tell you, the only plus thing, it's like last year when we had those major power outages, the temperatures were dropping down around zero. They're not calling for those extremes. So I'm hoping we don't have those outages. We're not having the extreme freezing weather that we had last year when all those storms hit. Now it's going to get cold this weekend, but it's supposed to be above freezing Friday, Saturday, and dropping cold at night. It's not going to be where it was all day. You know, if we were lucky, we saw a high of 10 during that time where we lost so much power down here because, you know, Texas is run by morons. And they still didn't do anything to fix the power grid. So if we have something similar happen, um, we're just fucked. They were more worried about getting rid of laws that require you to have a permit to carry a gun down here. That was the most important thing last year. I mean, we had people dying because of the cold, because power was out for days during an extreme freeze. And what did they do? They didn't pass any legislation that fixed the power grid. They did absolutely nothing. The other big issue was the gas lines. Natural gas lines froze. And so where the gas lines froze, power, you know, the power providers that generate power using natural gas were unable to create any power. So we had so much of the grid down. And what little legislation they did do, they did absolutely nothing to the main thing that caused a great problem, the freezing of these natural gas lines. So we're fucked if we have another extreme freeze like that. It's ridiculous. I live in a state of morons. So they have these things. Look at this shit. It's like Arbalists, a dozen Arbalists use quadrone statistics. So we're just going to throw the quadrones and chain. It's not even going to matter. We'll throw those things up there and we'll take it from there. The beauty of this area, if anybody does something and casts a spell within 30 feet of that arch, it's going to trigger a wild magic surge. And if we take a look at that, let's look at that. So I'll have to roll from that table. And look, a fireball centered on yourself triggers. Bam. You blow up. So their spell automatically turns into a fireball that hits them and anybody around them. Or you cast confusion centered on yourself. All these things are negative. It is freaking awesome. Your skin turns a vibrant shade of blue. You have to have a remove curse. I love the wild magic surge table. I love it. Polymorph yourself into a sheep. These things are so awesome. I can't wait for somebody to do something stupid. It's going to be awesome. I'm excited. I'm excited about all the bad things that can happen. You ready? All right. I'll be back in about 10. It was worth it. It was so fucking worth it. Here, let's try it. I like that. Oh, shit.
Spy plane available for tasking. Spy plane is never overhead.
Die! We got it to work that time. I knew we could do that, catch an arrow and shoot it back. But that was the first.
We're pulled ahead.
How'd you fucking feel?
Yoda made it look easy because Yoda's a dick.
Enemy spy plane.
His head was just popping up. Room in here with the computer and everything running. It's always warm. The wife's like, I want to go in the warm room. I'm like, no, you can't come into the warm room. You know, it's one of my rules. Anyone rude gets killed in a game. And he was rude.
What's going on here?
And it's funny because that's been the Mercer effect has been a nightmare for Mags. Let's see. Look, I don't even have to move it much. There's Thor. He's actually sitting up. That's all the excitement you get. Oh! How did we not get messed up there? How did that even happen? Generally, I'm going to say no. Dad is not good at this game. But I still play it.
Enemies destroyed. Napalm strike awaiting orders.
Hostile spy plane is just overhead.
Spy plane commencing surveillance operation.
Like I said, you got to tickle the spot. It's like finding the map's G-spot. God damn it. Oh, fuck! Ah, yeah, we need to separate.
I've always thought. Hold on. You're mine. Oh! Ah. Die! God's justice away!
Enemy counter spy plane inbound.
Oh my god, we're both reloading!
Counter-spy plane under deployment.
They're pissed right now.
Counter-spy plane is...
Ah, it was worth
Hardpoint is
it.
secure.
It was so fucking worth it. Here, let's try it. I like that. Oh shit.
Spy plane available for tasking.
Spy plane is never overhead.
Die, 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 die! We got it to work that time. I knew we could do that, catch an arrow and shoot it back. But that was the first...
We're pulled ahead.
How'd you fucking feel?
Yoda made it look easy because Yoda's a dick.
Enemy spy plane inbound.
Ah, his head was just popping up. Room in here with the computer and everything running, it's always warm. The wife's like, I want to go in the warm room. I'm like, no, you can't come into the warm room. You know, it's one of my rules. Anyone rude gets killed in a game. And he was rude.
What's going on here?
And it's funny because that's been the Mercer effect has been a nightmare for Mags. Let's see. Look, I don't even have to move it much. There's Thor. He's actually sitting up. That's all the excitement you get. Oh! How did we not get messed up there? How did that even happen? Generally, I'm going to say no. Dad is not good at this game. But I still play it.
Enemies destroyed. Napalm strike awaiting orders.
Hostile spy plane is just overhead. Spy plane commencing surveillance operation.
Like I said, you gotta tickle the spot. It's like finding the map's G-spot. God damn it. Oh, fuck! Ah, yeah, we need to separate.
I've always thought. Hold on. You're mine. Oh! Ah. justice away!
Enemy counter spy plane inbound.
Oh my god, we're both reloading!
Counter-strike deployment.
They're pissed right now.
Counter spy plane is.
Ah, it was worth
Hardpoint is
it.
secure.
It was so fucking worth it. Here, let's try it. I like that. Oh shit.
Spy plane available for tasking.
Spy plane is never overhead.
Die, 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 die! We got it to work that time. I knew we could do that, catch an arrow and shoot it back. But that was the first.
We're pulled ahead.
How'd you fucking feel?
Yoda made it look easy because Yoda's a dick.
Enemy spy plane inbound.
Ah, his head was just popping up. Room in here with the computer and everything running. It's always warm. The wife's like, I want to go in the warm room. I'm like, no, you can't come into the warm room. You know, it's one of my rules. Anyone rude gets killed in a game. And he was rude.
What's going on here?
And it's funny because that's been the Mercer effect has been a nightmare for eggs. Let's see. Look, I don't even have to move it much. There's Thor. He's actually sitting up. That's all the excitement you get. Oh! How did we not get messed up there? How did that even happen? Generally, I'm going to say no. Dad is not good at this game. But I still play it.
Enemies destroyed. Napalm strike awaiting orders.
Hostile spy plane is just overhead. Spy plane commencing surveillance operation.
Like I said, you gotta tickle the spot. It's like finding the map's G-spot. God damn it. Oh, fuck! Yeah, we need to separate.
I've always thought champ. Hold on. You're mine. Oh! That's it. Die! God's justice away!
Enemy counter spy plane inbound.
Oh my god, we're both reloading!
Counter-strike deployment.
They're pissed right now.
Counter spy plane is.
Ah, it was worth
Hardpoint is
it.
secure.
It was so fucking worth it. Here, let's try it. I like that. Oh shit. All right, we're back. So, we got to pay the boys. And Tuna came in. Tuna. Now, you don't get theirs. She'll take it if she can. Thor, Loki, come here. That's good. Good kids. I know. The pups have to be paid. The pups have to be paid. All right, let's do this. I don't think you want fake doggy bacon. I don't think that would be good. They think it's awesome. Yes, they get paid to be here. Well, they are working. Everybody comes to see them, don't they? Right? Thor's like, yeah, they come to see me. All right. So, let's see if these things came in. So, Scaladar is a construct. One. How many? Two. Three. Four. Four Scaladars. How many Quadrones? A dozen. Quadrones look just like what they're calling an arbalist. So these things are going to be all around this. All right, and what we're going to do here, we'll select all of these because while they're down in the ditch, we don't want them to be able to see them. Do that, they're invisible. Same thing with these guys. They're invisible. To see, Loki, out of her butt. I mean, that's what he does all the time. He's got to be in the butt. All right, so there's just corpses there. Let's find zone 3. Now the junkyard. So these we're going to have to, I tell you what, we have to create a construct. We have to create several constructs in here. So beasts, we need a giant wasp. We're going to duplicate this. We need to turn this into a construct. We'll rename this a metal wasp. And then we're going to move the metal wasp into the construct zone. Did it go in alphabetically? Let's see if we can find a metal wasp picture. That works. Save image as. Bear with me. My tokens. I like my tokens to look like what they're supposed to look like. I can't help it. All right, so we need to upload the metal wasp picture that we just did. That is sitting here in the My Tokens folder. There's the metal wasp. Let's get rid of this. We will use this. Kill this. Move it behind. That works. Done. Now I'm going to drop this and let's see what it shows up as. It shows up as a giant wasp. So right now it's a construct. Did it bring in the construct immunities? Ooh, hold on here. Hold on. Metal wasp. Look at this. Really? So they brought one in already. Okay. Let's delete this. That worked out much better than I thought. I didn't think that those were in there. Because this thing, the adventure says they're giant wasps with these changes. So you always assume they're not going to have that. Shouldn't have assumed. Beautiful. All right, so those are our metal wasps. How many do we need? 5 giant wasps made of metal. So we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. We'll do this. Let's put them up at 30 feet. Actually, let's do variable height. Do 45, 30, 20, 3 rust monsters. I wonder if I can. I am really curious. We're going to see if we can just drop these bitches. Of course, I don't know. I think we're better off pulling it from here. I don't like rocking the boat. So, rust monster. Populated. So we need, in this crap, we need a treasure box. Which we created in our items folder. It should be in our items folder. Where the hell is it? Oh, wait a minute. I had to create it this way. So we're going to put this like back here. Inside of that, that's a loot sheet. The only thing you gotta be careful of, sometimes it'll flip all these things to loot sheets. Didn't do it that time. So we need the Dodecahedron of Doom, a giant D12 that just fucks everybody over, which is awesome. I think it's a wondrous item. Let's see if it's in here. Dodecahedron of Doom. And we talked about this before. I create these so I already have like loot, equipment, and weapons. Anything that's a not going to be there, I get rid of. There we go. And we need the Orb of Gonging. Delete the Abacus. And the Battle Axe. So the Dodecahedron, that's awesome because it's a D12 table. It can explode and do massive damage to everybody. It can cast light, which basically you throw it on the ground, it lights, and then you touch it and it's no longer lit. Cast Ray of Frost at one of the people, cast Shocking Grasp at anybody in the group, cast Darkness so everybody's blinded, or if you're lucky, the next person to touch it gets 1d10 temporary hit points for an hour. It's fucking hilarious. I love joke loot. It's the best loot ever. Joke loot is the best. Now this room is where we have to build something. So we're going to have to figure out how to build this thing. And here's, when you look up Shock Stomper on D&D Beyond, Shocker Stomper, it just takes you to the reference itself. So let's see if there's at least a picture of Shocker Stomper that somebody's done. Wow, it looks like somebody built a Shocker Stomper. Somebody actually built one. That's a lot of effort. It did look cool. But somebody built a Shocker Stomper. Crazy. I just need a picture. All right, let's see. I'm wondering if we can use one of these. And turn it into Shocker Stomper. So I think we're going to duplicate. What do we want to duplicate? See, look, I turned that into the wrong freaking thing. I hate when it does that. So let's do this. We're going to duplicate. We're going to rename it to Shocker Stomper. And I'm going to need to go in and start doing the immunities. So let's start with that. This is immune to poison and psychic, as well as can't be blinded, deafened, charmed, frightened, or paralyzed. Split with semicolon. Deafened, blinded, charmed, frightened, paralyzed, poisoned. All right, so it's immune to all that. Walking speed is 50. AC of 18. .300 hit points. This is definitely not a CR2. I'll make it a 10. It's probably higher than that. So it's a +8 on the stomp attack. And it doesn't give us... Oh, it does. Okay, so strength is 23. Dexterity is 10. Con is 20. Intelligence is 1. Wisdom is 1. Charisma is 1. All right, now we're going to need to go in here. So we're going to doesn't really have a biography, but we're going to copy information in here. Features. Special traits. Let's see if some of these are in here. Features. Let's get rid of that. Add. First one is electrified surface. Do the details. We'll have to set that up. I guess what I could do, let's see. Can we do it as a spell? See if we can set it up this way. And then details. We'll do it as a cantrip. Doesn't really matter. No materials, effects, action type. Do it as a melee spell attack, maybe. No. Range spell attack. No. Other. Saving throw. Dexterity. Flat. DC of 15. Damage. Formula. 8d10. Lightning. I'm curious if this will work. Description. Oh, it's not 8d10. Or D10. 8d10 would be wicked, but, you know. Let's put something down here. Let's go here. So it did the saving throw. It didn't throw the damage. Let's try it again. So it's not applying the damage. See, the school and shit doesn't matter. Prepared, activation cost, 0, action type, other. That's why it's not applying damage. Let's try it now. There we go. Beautiful. We can build this bitch out, can't we? All right, so that gives us our electrified surface. I'm going to add these things as features. Immutable form. Oh, wow. We could just do it that way, too. But I'm doing this just so I have the notations. All right, so it has multi-attack. Three lightning turret attacks, 2 stomp attacks. Now we can do our attacks. Lightning turret. Details. Let's do our description. That's the 8d10 lightning. Effects. Ranged weapon attack. Saving throw, dexterity. Flat. Has a DC 15 saving throw. Not 156. That'd be awesome because nobody would ever save, but... Damage formula. Lightning damage. 8d10. That should take care of the lightning turret. We're going to test it. Target, test, attack, normal. Now that was fucked up. It's not a ranged weapon attack. Other 8d10 dexterity. That should fix it. Let's try it again. Roll the damage. Fails. There's the damage. Give it 100 hit points so we can keep testing these things. All right, needs another attack type. So he's going to get 3 of those lightning turret attacks. And 2 stomp attacks. Good old Stompy. Stomp. Description. Melee weapon attack. Details. Type. This is a melee weapon attack. So it was a 20. I think we're going to double check what damage formula is 3d10 plus 6. Bludgeoning. All right, so this is where we're concerned. I don't think that is going to be accurate. Stomp, normal. So it should be It's coming out at plus 10. It needs to be at plus 8. So I screwed something up in there. Natural attack, that, equipped. Ability modifier, default. Attack roll bonus. Let's see if the default took care of it. I don't think it did. See, it's still showing 6 plus 4. So, instead of worrying about it, we're going to take 2 off. Attack roll bonus, -2. That'll give us a plus 8. Damage. 3d10 plus 6. Damage was right. So, Shocker Stomper has its attacks. It has the electrified surface set up. I believe that we can set this up as well. Action type, other. Saving throw, dexterity, flat, 15. Damage formula, 40-10, right? Four D10. Lightning. Close. Let's see if that takes care of it. Roll damage, normal. Saving throw. Succeeded. There we go. We're good. Shocker Stomper is set up. The token Shocker Stomper. Vision, has vision. Blind sight. Blind sight to 60 feet. So something comes within 60 feet of it, it's activated. This thing is 30 feet in diameter. So that'll be what? That's big. It can't be, so it's 6 by 6. think I am going to give it vision to 60 feet. On the token. Vision has vision. Let's just do it this way. 60, update. Put Shocker Stomper right there. All right. All of those things are done. Let's go ahead and include some of this stuff in here. The countermeasures we'll add into the biography. Done. And doesn't look like there's any treasure in here. That's area 4. Let's go to area 5. All right, so I need to look at the map because there are rust monsters at specific locations. All right, one is here. One is here. One is there. And one is there. And then we need 10 lava children in the walls. No treasure. 6. All right, so 6, we need a Scaladar, or 3 of them. And I need those together. And we're going to put those in the wall. Because if you read the description, in the book itself, when you look, I'm going to pull this over. Well, it says here, ideally characters should encounter Scaladar after they have had time to inspect the hobgoblin corpses. So what I'm going to do is put them here. You know, if the characters come up this way, they'll examine, and these things will come in that way. So I've got to set up so that it's basically prepared for either way they come in. So we're just going to place them like right there. And that way I can bring them in the opposite direction. All right, room 7, area 7. So 7A, junk room. Let's just read the description. 7B, living quarters. Giant badger, so we need to find that. Be under beasts. Giant badger. Choose on a stuffed toy in the middle of the room. Archgate is there. The safe. So I need to create treasure in this room. We're going to put that here. All right, let's turn this into a treasure token. I really do hate that it closes out the room when I do that. All right, so loot. So the first thing it has in here, 1 pound gold ingot. 90 of those. So quantity, 90. Weight, 1 pound. Worth, 100 gold each. You know what? We're not going to worry about it. I was going to create a image, but we're not going to do it. I don't want more stuff on my server than I need. 10 red garnets. I think. Might be under items. Let's see. Nope. Nope. Ten of those. 100 gold pieces each. We're not going to make them a pound. We'll make them 0.1. That's fine. Now this, I'm assuming, was brought in. Loot. Zox's spellbook. So I need to humanoid. Trying to remember, what is he? A rock gnome. There he is. We will go ahead and do this. That works. And we did that because we need to export the spellbook. And we need to go back here because his spellbook is in that safe. We need animate objects. Fabricate. Let's give ourselves plenty of room here. Fabricates 4th level. Glyph of warding, 3rd level. Jump and rope trick. It's real easy to create a spell book, pull it out, and then it'll always have in the description the extra spells. You might even be able to pull these in. I'm not sure. I haven't tried it before, but it may work. There's a spell book. Pull it up. So you threw it into the wrong piece right there. So you gotta be careful. But you can drop it, apparently. So we'll throw his spell book in here now that we updated it. We'll get rid of the abacus, breastplate, and battle axe. So that's all the treasure in that room. All right. So we know he's in there. Is there anything else in here? Oh, a shield guardian. Rex. Let's see if we can just drop that there. Nope. Kind of sucks. Good old Rex. Oh, it did drop it. Awesome. All right, so 7 is done. Now's where we get tricky. So this is why I talked about multi-level tokens. Do this, this. We're going to draw a rectangle here. We need the drawing tool. Let's try that again. We'll draw a rectangle here. Then we'll open this up. Now you see if you have the multi-level module installed, you can go in here and you'll create a teleport point. It'll be in and out, teleport identifier. We're going to call this level 13 tunnel right. We're going to copy that. Activate via map note. We'll go to our where is that? Drop that in here. And then when they get in there, we click that and it'll throw them over to the next map. So we're going to go to the other map and we'll show you how that works. So we need to give it the same identifier. Activate via map note. Put it inside of there. Update. Close. And watch. There she is. We'll do this. Come on, why aren't you working? Bitch. in. We didn't save. Update drawing. Watch, it's magic. See, she's gone. She's there. So from the character's perspective, when they come down there, you click it, they're going to flip to the next map and go automatically down to the correct zone on the map. Now you can set it so that when they walk in, it happens automatically. I don't do that because, player characters, they're like freaking herding cats. One's going to go down there, they're going to teleport. Everybody else is going to go, oh, let's go through here. Yeah, we're not doing that. So I always set it up this way. It's a personal preference. It keeps my sanity going when I'm running a game. So that's what, 3x4. We'll do a 3x4 on the bottom, down on the other side. Same thing, multi-level. In, out. Level 13 tunnel right. This will be left. You got to make sure that you don't use identical teleport identifiers across maps because that'll screw you up too. Map note, update, update. We'll do the same thing here. Draw a 3x4. And just for safety's sake, we'll make sure it works. She's in it. She teleported. We'll go to the bottom. And there she is. Then we need one more set up here. Eight is the smithy. So we'll just name it level 13 to smithy. We'll do another 3x4. She's gone. And she's in the right spot. Perfect. So that makes it much easier when you're doing these maps that you split. Just set these zones up. Like I said, either do it with a map node or not. Just depends how you prefer to see it go. All right, so intense heat and thick smoke billow from 5 forges. Illuminated cave is an Azer Smith's. So we need to illuminate the cave with these forges. We're going to do it this way. So we're going to come in here, set up the light animation. Do it like a torch. Basic configuration. Update light source. Let's go to darkness and see how that looks. We'll leave it like that. We're going to do this at 75 and 37. All right, so I'm going to select that. We'll copy, paste. Generally, I'll just click near where I want to place it. And that gives us more than enough light in that zone. All right, 9 lava children in here. 1, 2, 3. Make them all invisible because they're inside that stuff. Those are our smiths. No treasure. That room is done. Room 9. Nothing going on here, just a description, and we're done. Room 10. Nothing there, description, we're done. I love those rooms. They're just like, we're done. 11B. 6 hobgoblins. They're coming in that trench. They can't see them topside. Rust monsters. How many? 4. No treasure. We're done. $11A. $12. Just a description. So it's here in 12A. Lying amid the... I didn't put corpses in, but that's fine. I'll just describe it with my words. 12B. 12C. Put him there. We need treasure here. And I think we are actually going to be done with this freaking map. All right, so buried in the mold, 2 gourds, 1... Why is this not showing? So that's going to be in our imports. Okay, so that's the only treasure there. And look at that. We're going to light it up one more time. So that takes care of that map. We're good. Got all of our treasure and stuff there. I want to make sure it's not something... No. All right, so that map's done. Let's make sure I've gotten rid of the NPC that I've been throwing on here to make it work. Turn the lights off. Go to the top map. Make sure the lights are off there. When I tell you what, we're going to do one other thing. In, out, map note. This is how we're going to name this one. So, now, what time is it? It's almost 2 o'clock. We ended up messing with the walls on this thing all morning. So we're going to name that 12 to 13. We'll drop the note here. Update drawing. Yeah, this will, I've got it populated. Now it's just a matter of I'm going to put it there. In, out. 12 to 13. Map note. I tell you what. We're going to test it like we always do. Update. Update. We're going to put an NPC in here. Not our normal one. Let's just put a animated statue in there. Ooh, that didn't work. Here, let's put an NPC that's not around anymore. Or a PC. There it is. Has to be inside there. And then we'll go... He'll actually be on the top. There he is. Teleported down. So that's how I'll get him to the next level when it's time. Beautiful. We got all our shit ready to rock and roll. When stuff works, it's always a good thing. So we've populated every room, every zone. We took care of our directional walls for this. That's what took our time, was building that stuff. We built this NPC out because it wasn't built out. Created our attacks, which are pretty awesome. So that GM vision is not working. See, on this one, let's take a look at the sheet and see what the difference is here. All right, so token, that's the same. Vision. That's probably the issue right there. There we go. That's the way an NPC should be. When the DM's on it, it shouldn't mess with my vision. All right. We're good. So I think that's going to be it. We are ready for tonight's game. Tomorrow. All right, let's go to chatting. Tomorrow is going to be stupid. Tomorrow's going to be totally dependent on how stupid the weather is. And this is why. I mean, last year when we had a storm similar to this, people lost a lot of power. Internet was not working, shit like that. We've got something coming in tomorrow. It's not going to be as cold. It's going to be up to 28, but they're expecting a 100% chance of snow. Overnight, we're going to have total icing happen. And then tomorrow, a couple of inches of snow on top of the ice. So I won't be going anywhere tomorrow at all. As long as we have power, I'll be on all day streaming. And if that's the case, I'm going to try to get on at like 9 and go until 4. Have a nice long stream. And then go to the gym, which is in the house. So I still don't have to go out. But, you know, if something stupid happens and we lose power, then I definitely won't be on stream. I'm going to make sure my backup battery's set up for charging the phone. But other than that, I don't have a lot of control over what's going to go on today or tomorrow. But shitty weather, power's on, long fucking stream tomorrow. That's the plan. But that's it. We populated our map. We created a creature. And we're pretty happy with the creature we created. The players won't be happy with the creature, but I'm very happy with the creature. We tested here. I want to go ahead and kill something with this. Let's put some shit down and kill it. Let's put a Celestial down because fuck them. Put that Planetar down. He's going to go there. We're gonna target that thing, and let's look at this cool shit that happened. So he's targeted. No cover. See, everything is working perfectly. It's going to do 3 attacks with the lightning turret. It should go ahead and create the save. Nice solid damage. It's asking me for the save because it's mine. Took some damage. Do it again. See, this thing is working really, really nice. So there we go. Then it's going to walk over and it stomps on his face twice. Oh, it missed. Guess he's not super stompy. That hits. Roll damage. Beautiful. Look at that shit. Beautiful damage. You saw what this thing does. It's going to kill somebody. And then look, if somebody, let's say this thing decides to climb and land on it. If you end your turn on this thing, it'll do this. So everything you do, you know, they're going to try to climb up and disable it, and they're going to be getting zapped constantly. It's freaking awesome. Oh, wait a minute. It's freaking awesome. So everything that happens, it's got the lightning turret, 3 of those. Lightning turret does 8d10 damage. The stomp does 3d10 plus 6 damage. And then the electrified surface does 4d10 damage just for standing on it. And I'm excited about this. This giant thing's going to come out and kick the shit out of some players. It's going to be a thing of beauty. I need to clean all this up. I do need the reminders left from the last combat on here. No, it's stupid. They made this thing up and they didn't make the creature itself, so I had to create it. And the only thing I could find is some GM actually made one of these for his table. He built a model, basically homebrewed it, I guess. And it looks really cool, except for all the markers, magic markers and shit around it where he was making it. He should have taken an actual picture, and then I would have used it. I mean, this is like a 30-foot flying saucer with turrets on it. I need this up to remind me that she's charmed. But I'm happy with that. It's fine. I'm just very pleased that I made the creature work. It took about 20 minutes because I haven't had to build out a creature in this, but it works. As we went in and we had to create all of the immunities. So you created the condition immunities, did all this stuff. Oh, it'll kill somebody. It'll be beautiful. The monk probably won't die because the saves are all dexterity, and he has evasion. So with evasion, if you fail, you take half damage. If you succeed, instead of taking half damage, you take no damage. So he'll probably survive those attacks. It's going to be, somebody else in the party is going to die. Plus, the babysitter NPC that I've had going along with them, I closed out massive combat using... They didn't know this thing had a 9th level spell slot because, she's been going along pretending she's not what she is. And she blew her 9th level spell slot, wiped out every fucking thing. There were like 80 things on the board that they weren't going to survive. So I let her blow them all up because they fucked up in the combat. And this week, when they go back to show that they murdered everybody they were supposed to for this one group of people, she's going to say, I'm going to stick around with them. You guys are too weak to hang out with. And they're going to have to go on their own without their babysitter. So it's going to be cool. They're going to die more often because the NPC has saved their ass a lot. But I'm looking forward to it. All right. As I said, it's going to be it for the day. We're going to call it here. I'm going to go eat something and wait to pick up my daughter. I really thought this was going to take like an hour and a half, and then I'd take a break, come back, and play some Horizon Zero Dawn. Didn't work that way. So we're going to play Horizon Zero Dawn all day tomorrow. Get a shit ton done. Might even get the story done. We'll see. But we'll be on tomorrow, power permitting, bright and early, and have a nice long stream. I probably will take a break about 1 o'clock and eat something. Other than that, it's going to be all day. And we'll just put our be right back screen on while I go and shove food in my face really quick. But have an awesome day. We'll see y'all tomorrow. Take it easy, Tiny.